8 faculties, and 1 interdisciplinary school. Scientex, Faculty of Science and Data Analytics. MarTech, Faculty of Marine Technology. INSYS, Faculty of Industrial Technology and Systems Engineering. Electex, Faculty of Intelligent Electrical and Informatics Technology. CivPlan, Faculty of Civil, Planning, and Geoengineering. CreaBiz, Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Medics, Faculty of Medicine and Health. Vocation, Faculty of Vocational. And Interdisciplinary School of Management and Technology. Recognized as one of the top best-ranked institutes doesn't mean the finish line for ITS. To gain greater international recognition, ITS launched International Undergraduate Program. Students can get wider international exposure through 20 study programs they can apply. The chances are also open for professors from all over the world to teach and conduct research at ITS. These opportunities have made international joint research and other international activities successfully performed. Like IUP, students and lecturers from other programs have also contributed to the ITS achievements. Numerous appreciations earned exemplify Institute's excellent performance. But technology and academic excellence is not the only goal of the Institute. Students are guided to apply their knowledge for the welfare of society. Because to note a new life-changing history, technology must advance humanity. ITS, Institute Technology, 10 November.
Have you ever known how complex the digital world and our interactions within it? In an era where information technology dominates our lives, a profound understanding of the digital landscape has become more essential. Welcome to Informatics Engineering at ITS. Here, we provide a supportive environment for professionals to deepen their knowledge in the information technology field. You will master various aspects of computer science. You will get a strong understanding and practical skills to thrive in the industry. Graduates of this program have access to exciting career opportunities. You also can study abroad with our international collaborations, fostering research partnerships, double degree programs, and student exchange that offer invaluable global experiences. Our program has achieved numerous awards nationally and internationally, and we encourage students to engage in innovative research in computer science. So, are you ready to be an expert? Let's innovate and explore the potential of information technology together in Informatics Engineering at ICTS.
Everything starts with a dream. A dream tells us where to go and what we need to create our destiny. Then, our decision will lead us to the path we need to take, a journey to build ideas into reality. Whichever path, a health worker, an engineer, a scientist, a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or other fulfilling professions. No matter what we choose or what we will become, we always want to see a bigger, brighter, and better version of ourselves. One may want to scale your business, improve talent, and build the best possible opportunities. Whatever we need to be, we need space and time to explore ourselves freely, be inspired, and develop our knowledge and ideas to become what we aspire to be. This is the place where we chase our dreams and find ourselves. Udayana University has 3 campuses in 3 locations in Bali. We have 2 campuses in Denpasar and 1 in Ciparan, where the head of office is. Udayana University has 13 faculties with their respective study programs. The enrollment rate at Udayana University is significant, increasing year by year, making it one of the most popular universities in Indonesia. As the largest public university in Bali, Udayana University's vision is to create exceptional, independent, and refined individuals. The mission is to provide quality higher education advance research, and community service, and become an institution that produces knowledge, technology, and culture for the welfare of the community, eventually producing innovative and prospective works for the advancement of the national economy. We never stop innovating. We continue learning, finding, and developing new ideas that will be useful for the current generation and the next. We are champions of knowledge and seekers of inspiration. Not stopping there, our shared responsibility is to improve public health. Udayana University Hospital tirelessly and enthusiastically champions the improvement of public health. Serving the community is our pride. Going to the extra mile is what we do to follow our calling. We believe we can be exceptional, independent, and refined for the betterment of our generation and the future. Join us, set sail. Together we can make all dreams come true.
and distributed computing, mobile and wireless network, and immersive virtual reality systems. Yeah. Okay, now for the next time, I think the floor is yours, Professor. We'll have a discussion afterwards. Yeah, please. Would you like to stand there or in here? Or just...
Good morning, everyone, and I am delighted to be here, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to give a talk here. So I'll be talking on large language models and how to understand them, basically. It is an interdisciplinary project between computer science and psychology in our university. It is a continuing work of our PhD student Pranab Bhandari, and we have colleagues from computer science, Michael Wise and Mehuis Nasim, they are my colleagues, and from psychology, Nicholas Fay, Stephanie Meek, and Usman Nasim. So the idea of this project, I'll not tell you any technology that has come out of it yet or anything big, but some kind of approach for understanding what are LLMs and how they can engage in pairwise conversations. Because these days, a lot of people all around the world are talking to LLMs for their daily, day-to-day life, as a companion, and also many times as an advisor. So this dependence brings into question, are LLMs really capable of doing that? Or they are safe in engaging with humans on one-on-one basis. So to understand that, we have to understand LLMs. And those of you who are familiar with the technologies behind deep learning and in particular LLMs, large language models, you will know that we don't really understand the inside what is going on in these models. So they have been trained on very large data sets, almost the entire internet, and they have maybe hundreds of billions of parameters, weights, numbers inside them, but it's almost impossible, at least now, to understand these numbers or how the LLMs can generate such sophisticated conversations. So the main way of understanding LLMs, at least for now, is to get conversations out of them, analyze them, and to understand whether LLMs have particular inclination for particular conversations. So we are not so much concerned about personality of a conversing entity like an LLM if we are only seeking information. For example, you can ask LLM to explain something or give information about something. However, ordinary conversations where there are only two persons, perhaps one is LLM, the other is a human, there the question comes whether LLMs can really converse like a human. And do they have personality of human personality? And also how to understand these from a psychologist's point of view. Now, for us, most of the time, we judge someone as good or bad or a mix of something like that. But psychologists have very precise way of formulating the personalities of humans. And the way they do it is to look for certain traits. And one of the main important frameworks in psychology called the ocean framework. For a person, what are the openness, consensusness, extraversion, that is X is missing, extraversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. So psychologists say that a mix of all these traits form a personality. So maybe something is high, something is low, something is medium, and all personalities, they try to understand based on this framework of these 5 traits. Now, most of the time, psychologists evaluate personality by giving questionnaires. They are very good. In fact, I have a huge respect for psychologists in framing their experiments and their questionnaires, and they are very, very precise in that. So they frame questions which specifically, the answers to those questions specifically look for these kind of traits, and then they can say, okay, this particular individual has this kind of personality. So here are some examples of these traits. A high level of openness indicates some kind of magical thinking, jump in thinking, and a kind of eccentricity where you think this now and that something completely different later. Similarly, a low level indicates inflexibility and close-mindedness. You stick to a particular idea, you don't think beyond that. High level of consensusness indicates perfectionism, while a low level indicates irresponsibility and distraction. High level of extraversion indicates attention-seeking attitude. I say something to impress you so that you give me more attention, while a low level indicates avoidance of social interactions. High level of agreeableness indicates submissiveness. Whatever you say, I accept. While a low level indicates manipulativeness. That means I try to manipulate you by talking. And neuroticism indicates high level, indicates depressive thinking, and a low level indicates fearlessness. So I'm not asking you to remember all of this, but what psychology theory says that if we mix different amount of these, they have a scale, different amount of these things, we can almost analyze any personality by that mixture. So the gap in the literature, first of all, there is a huge amount of literature since LLMs were launched, I think late 2018s or 2019s. And I'll not go into giving you a literature review or something like that. For our purpose in this talk, we need to examine whether an LLM can keep up with a particular mix of those traits that I showed you in the previous slide, when there is a lengthy conversation. Now, why is this important? Because, as I said in the beginning, people are using LLMs for conversational companions even, when they are feeling lonely and they talk to LLMs. We read about such stories all the time. And in that sort of environment, it is very important that LLMs are supportive. It is not creating more anxiety or more uneasiness in the human mind. And second thing is, from our psychology colleagues' point of view, they want to examine whether LLMs can work as psychological counseling. So basically, psychological counselors talk to people who have some kind of psychological disorder and try to remove that disorder over a long period of time progressively. So that is their final goal, but we are far, far away from that. It is unclear from the literature how consistently LLMs portray assigned personality traits. We are not the first to consider this problem, particularly those 5 traits, ocean traits. But people have done that, some kind of evaluation of LLMs, in particular from questionnaires or from a text that is already fixed, not in conversation. Because conversation is a much more complicated thing, where there are turns and twists in talking between two different people. So it is unpredictable how a conversation will progress. So it is a far more difficult problem. So that is one of our aims. And also we need some robust methods. If we have to place this in the framework of psychological research, we have to have some measures or metrics that we can apply to evaluate how good they are in terms of a personality. So these are the 2 main broad questions addressed in our research, or we are addressing in our research. And here is an example scenario how we are doing this, or I'll give you some initial results for that. So at the very top, we decide on a personality trait from that framework. We assign openness as high, consensusness as high, etc. And then give that personality to 2 LLM agents. We have used actually most of the commonly known agents that all of you know. So we give the topic of conversation, just an example, should the government fund all public transport? And then here is a snippet, participant A, which is an LLM agent, and participant B also is an LLM agent. They give some conversational output, and we have another LLM as a judge. Actually, we use both LLMs as well as human psychologists as judge of the conversation, judging the personality traits from these agents. And the judge basically predicts the personality, whether openness is high, consensusness is low, extraversion is high, etc. And compares that with the original assignment of those 5 traits to the agents, and eventually produces some output. So that is the way we set up the framework, and I'll show you some other detailed system prompt, but that is coming. Please, can you change? Okay, yeah, next one. So we use both LLMs and human psychologists for judging the personality traits. Each LLM agent participating in a conversation is assigned a particular trait. The traits are identical in the picture in the last slide. Both agents had the same traits, but it can be different. And another LLM agent evaluates the conversation for the personality traits. Why do we do that? That is, we feel, is important because, after all, when a human is conversing with an LLM, the LLM has to understand the human's personality trait, because the conversation, if LLM is a psychological counselor, the LLM has to frame the conversation around the human personality traits. So the judge agent is also very important to see how well it is understanding the personality traits of the other two LLM agents. And eventually a human expert psychologist also does that evaluation. So this is the judging part of the conversation. Could you please? Okay, so these are some of the other research questions. Are all ocean traits equally prominent in general conversations? Psychologists think that these traits are fundamental to human personality as expressed through conversation. So are they all present? How accurately do LLMs as judge agents predict the assigned traits from discourse? Discourse is just conversation. Do different LLM agents, judge agents, consistently extract the assigned personality traits from the conversations? If we use different LLMs as judge, do they agree among themselves? Psychologists generally agree. There are, of course, problems in this evaluation. So the degree of each of the trait, they may not agree exactly. So what happens with LLMs? And we also adapt structured prompting that I'll come to in a brief while, and extend the analysis to multi-turn dialogues. That means the dialogue changes its course, like from same topic, there are different ways or directions in the dialogue. So here is the methodology of the work. What is system prompt? Basically, the system prompt tells the LLM to assume a particular personality depending on all those 5 traits. And the user prompt is basically the topic of the conversation, and also we have to ensure that the next sentence that the LLMs are generating are connected to the previous sentences. The conversation is not abrupt, it flows smoothly. So here you can see the topic is just an example, is the concept of a cashless society beneficial? The agents continue talking about that. From the conversation in the JSON format, we extract the different structure of the talk, and from that the judge agents are fed that structure and they come with analysis. So you can think of this as a completely automated process where LLMs are conversing and LLMs are judging, and eventually we are getting to see some of the results. So what is a prompting method? Now, there are basically 2 ways of assigning personality. One way is to tell the LLM directly, this will be your personality for this particular conversation. And the second is to retrain partially an LLM with conversations that have been previously generated with a particular personality trait. Now, right now, this is difficult for us because all that psychologists can provide us are questionnaires or answers to questions. They are doing this for many, many decades, for 50, 60 years. So they have voluminous questionnaires or answers to questions. But the problem is that questionnaires are not conversations. So they are not ideal for our scenario. So what we thought was the explicit method, tell the LLM, this is your personality, is right now our approach. And why do you think that can work? Because we feel that LLMs are already trained on everything that you can think of. So telling them directly that this is your personality, they should be able to come out with that personality trait. If you ask me, is this a correct or how do you ensure this is perfect, I cannot answer your question because we don't understand inside of LLMs, as all of us know. So we took the approach of directly mentioning or prompting the agent to assume a personality. In future, perhaps the implicit method where we retrain the LLM with a particular, with conversations of a particular personality trait. If we have that sort of resource, we'll try that. Also, another problem all of you are familiar with is that LLMs are poisoned by training material that is generated by LLMs. So these conversations that LLMs are generating may not be suitable for that. So we are in between a rock and a hard place, as they say. So that is why we took this approach. Evaluation, LLMs themselves are increasingly being used to evaluate personality traits from text. So that is why we hope that judge agents will be able to do that. There is a voluminous literature on the accuracy of these evaluation methods. And again, the evaluations are mainly based on questionnaires, not conversations. And the two main metrics people are using are correlation and mean difference. Correlation measures the ability to capture the structural relationships across the entire conversation, and mean difference captures absolute prediction accuracy, just as you do for any deep learning network. So we use these two metrics. And so I'll just, before I show you a brief overview of some of the results, there are only 5 slides left. I just want to summarize the research aims. Most evaluations in literature are based on closed source. That means either questionnaires or a block of text that has been generated without dynamic content generation and context switching. But we feel that is not ideal because LLMs are engaging in conversations, I don't know how many times per day, tens of millions of times per day across the world. So we have to move on to dynamic content. And the evaluation metrics have not been used consistently, and the analysis often do not cover all the 5 personality traits that psychologists give so much importance. So we aim to address these problems. So here are some details of the structure of the conversations. We have used several versions of the GPT model from OpenAI. We have also used several versions of the Llama model from Meta because these two models are most widely used around the world. And when we started doing this 1 year ago, DeepSeek suddenly came up. So we included DeepSeek as well in the mix, both as conversational agent and as judge. And we used a structured dyadic debate format. Dyadic means two-person conversation. Debate format deliberately, debating means I tell something, the other person tells something to counter that or give an argument against that, because this has the ability to generate argumentative behavior. And this, whenever you or I argue with each other, we have our innate personality that comes out in our argument. If I am too aggressive, then I will try to demolish your arguments and so on. So that is why we tried this. And the system prompt assigned traits in two extreme forms. We are not yet there to mix the different levels of this trait. So either it is high or it is low. We are trying initially. And we also make the LLMs, we ensure that each utterance must be under 50 words. It's not, because if there are very long sentences, even for us humans, it is impossible to understand, and let alone. So it should be short sentences, and it should be connected from previous utterance. So the content was created in different combinations, GPT-4o versus GPT-4o mini. We wanted to see whether the training corpus or size of the training corpus, how much effect does it have. GPT-4o versus Llama, one of the models, and GPT-4o versus DeepSeek. All of these models are set up at higher temperatures, so that should be greater than 0.8 to allow creativity. If you are familiar with LLMs, you'll know that temperature is a measure how creative or how imaginative the LLM is. With temperature 0, LLM is too polite, too dull, too unimaginative, so it's not very nice. So we want here creative conversation, so we can get something out of it, so we put it at a higher temperatures. Different models have different max token limits, we found out, and that is why we set up them differently. And also we used 4o, 4o mini, Llama, and DeepSeek as the judge models. Of course, the same LLM was not used for conversation as well as judge. All three were mutually exclusive. So this, I will briefly tell you what it is ongoing work, and we are at the very beginning. So analysis across judge models, high trait values are more accurately predicted compared to low trait values for agreeableness, openness, and consensusness. We found, not unsurprisingly, that larger models are better in predicting these high trait values with higher accuracy, because larger models had much larger parameter space, they have been trained on much more material. Almost all the models could not predict high values for extraversion and neuroticism. Now, extraversion and neuroticism are not common in ordinary people's personality, but they come up when there are psychological disorders. For example, neuroticism is very common in bipolar disorder. So if people with those kind of disorders are conversing with LLMs, it is very important that LLMs can identify that, because otherwise the conversations may become harmful for the human. So unfortunately, we found that LLMs are not yet there. One reason could be, so to remind you, a high level of extraversion indicates attention-seeking attitude, and a high level of neuroticism indicates depressive thinking. Now, we don't know for sure, but this inability to judge these two traits may be due to all LLMs' avoidance of highly negative or anxious content by design, because they have been, those things are suppressed. On the other hand, we are in a particular application where the LLM should be at least able to judge that. So we have to do further work on that. And we found GPT-4o was the best among all judge models in detecting high values of these two traits. Analysis across conversations, judge accuracy for high neuroticism and extraversion was notably lower in GPT-4o versus DeepSeek. In fact, we are still a bit, we don't understand DeepSeek very well. DeepSeek has particular ways of conversing which looks on the surface similar to the other LLMs, but deep inside, it is different from Llama or GPT, all GPT models. So this suggests trait expression in discourse is difficult to detect when models have inconsistent persona adherence or generation stability. We cannot say for sure, but we suspect DeepSeek has a way of switching between personality traits that we don't yet understand well. But we often found agreements among the judge models for all the traits. Even if they are wrong, but they agree more or less that what the conversation is portraying in terms of personality traits. So this is the state of research right now, and I'll finally give you some conclusions. Yeah. So our aim is to align psychological research on personality traits and conversations generated by LLM agents. Psychology is a very well-tested discipline. If you are interested, you may know that psychologists have tremendously accurate models for speech, for dialogue, for vision, for example. They can tell you, when you look at a picture, how many neurons fire in your brain. I have a huge regard for their methodologies. So it may be desirable for LLM agents to align with psychological research in pairwise conversation for the safety of the humans. We are finding that LLMs can be guided to exhibit certain personality traits, but their ability to maintain these traits, that is one of the important questions that we are investigating, across dynamic conversations varies considerably. So they go ups and downs in the conversations. This is problematic as more and more users are depending on LLMs for support and advice. So we are working on developing more advanced methods for, at least at this point, evaluating personality traits in LLM models. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the nice talk, Professor Amitava. It was a nice thing to understand that we want to make the LLM maintain the personality of someone, so we can talk to someone. Yeah, we can talk to the LLM like as if we are talking to someone. That was amazing. Okay, I'm gonna give the floor maybe to interact with Professor Amitava. Perhaps one of you, one or two. I think for the first round we can take two. Yeah, Professor Amitava, two questionnaires.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to invite the gentleman. Please pass on the microphone to him. You may mention your name and from your institution, please.
Hello, my name is Dr. Omar Shabazz Khan. I'm a professor at the National University of Sciences and Technology, Pakistan, and I'm also the director of the National Center of Robotics and Automation. A wonderful talk, Professor. So I went through some content recently in which there was a child in the West. He was a teenager and he had the neuroticism issue. So he had a bit of depression and he committed suicide. And when they went through his chat history with the LLM models, somehow the conversation coursed him towards, committing the suicide. So this is a very important topic that you just referred to. So my question to you is that do you believe there needs to be a check on LLM models, especially if you identify the personality trait of neuroticism, the negative ones, that it should not lead people towards that conversation, or do you believe it should be left open for now because it's developing?
Yeah, of course, you are right. I mean, there should be a check, but how do you do that check? That is impossible to do. So only thing we hope for, or we can hope for, is to make the LLMs safer. And by that we mean, we don't know yet how to do that, because all these LLMs, the training is not under our control. Only thing, first thing we can do is to raise alarms that this kind of conversation, this kind of topic, the LLM may go off track. And second thing we can do is, are there ways of retraining or engineering the prompts? I don't know how useful that is also. So are there ways of retraining where we can make them safe? The problem is, an LLM is a combination of hundreds of millions of personalities. So, because they have been trained on whatnot. So I don't know the answers to these questions, but you can say our aim is to understand a little bit of the internals. So very, very fast steps in that respect.
I would like to invite the next questioner.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Amitava, for sharing your research. So my name is Chokoda Pramarta. I'm from Udayana University. I'm basically asking probably outside the thing that you talk about. So you mentioned about the LLM, you mentioned about the psychologies. My concern is about the human, right? The human itself. Here's an example. I'm a lecturer at the university. Whenever I give a question to a student, they will keep saying, wait. And then they talk to the LLM asking looking for the answer. And then the same thing, the same question, asking by the next week, they will say, wait. They will interact with the LLM. So my question is, which is good, right? The LLM, I can say that LLM is really help us, but the question is what's happening with the human brain later on? It seems like nowadays people have a short memory problem, which is they cannot store the information in their brain again. So what do you think about it?
Oh yeah, I think a lot, but on top of that, the particular issue you just mentioned, there are research papers in very recent weeks, I'll say 3 days back or 5 days back, where people have, again, psychologists. I have a lot of respect for them. So what they did was, for example, for your student-like scenario, where students have been asked to write something about a topic, they divided the students into two groups. One group had access to LLMs, and another group had access to only Google search, okay? So then the Google search group, they had to search the information and whatever the assignment is, and then put together all of those into a final submission. And LLM group, of course, got from LLMs. The not so surprising result was that afterwards, immediately afterwards, after 1 hour, the group that used LLMs could not remember a single sentence they have used in their submission. The group that used Google, they could remember many sentences, many ideas, even some could almost reproduce that from memory. So you can see the effect and the effect on the brain. So using LLMs, we are becoming more and more passive. And I don't know where that is taking us. I'll give you an example from my experience. Yesterday I was examining some honors project. In our university, fourth-year students do an honors research. So one particular project, after reading 3 times, I could not understand what the student has done. And I cannot guarantee, but I am pretty sure what has happened was he wrote something, perhaps, and then pass it through LLMs, and the LLM kind of distributed it all over the thesis. So eventually what I am reading is an LLM-generated garbage. So instead of putting it straight, simple way that I have done this, LLM made it so complicated that it is impossible to understand. So it has ramifications that really are worrying. For example, I teach in Australia for last 28 years. And I am noticing in the last 4 or 5 years, native English-speaking students, they are losing the ability to write English. And that is very worrying. They cannot put together things which are connected to each other, which was never the case. So it is something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice insights. Maybe we can take one more last questioner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we have 2 or what? Can we have 2 committee? Yeah. Maybe the last round. Yeah. 2 questioners. Yeah, from this wing and the other one. I think. Okay. Please introduce yourself for asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Amito. Yeah, such interesting topic, I think. I'm just referring to one of the previous pages that you show in one point. Can I repeat it? LLM are known with its hallucinating.
Yeah.
Does that impact their personality? So the research give me some imagination that someday LLM will imitating my personality until in the one limit, I even doesn't know whether I talk to machine or talk to human. The main problem is when I think I talk to human, then I'll put my trust on this machine. But the remains problems, hallucination, which is Really, this is our challenge now. Then I don't know whether the answer given is wrong or right.
Yeah, hallucination in when you are looking for information or fact is bad, but it can be looked up. For example, if it gives, I'll tell you an example. I went to Kuala Lumpur in May and asked ChatGPT for a particular local artifact shop. So it gave me a precise location, shop number, everything. So I went there, and there is no such shop there. There was never a shop like that. So it kind of dreamed up. But that is not dangerous. In personality, hallucination will take the form of, may take the form of a dangerous trend in conversation. We don't know yet. We don't know how to quantify that kind of hallucination. So factual hallucination is bad, but not dangerous. But here we don't yet know. We are not there yet to find out what can be the type of hallucination there.
Maybe the last questioner on that side, please. Can you pass on the microphone? Thank you.
So my name is Andika Ramadeja. I'm from Institute Teknologi 10 November. I want to ask about this LLM agent, especially about the framework you use for this LLM agents. Do you use an ACN or use LangChain or anything else? Maybe that's my question. Thank you.
Can you please repeat?
Can you explain the framework for these LLM agents? Is an ACN or LangChain or LangGraph or maybe anything else?
The framework, we just took agents off the shelf. So as I explained to you, we don't have psychological material to retrain them. So we took whatever we got. So there was not much of any training or fine-tuning or anything like that. So the agent you use, I use, same thing.
Thank you very much for the talk, Professor Amitabha. Once again, also thank you to the audience for this session. Yeah, very nice presentation. Thank you. I'm gonna pass on to the.
Thank you. Check, check. What a brilliant presentation. Let's give a huge round of applause for both Professor Amitabha and Professor Ari.
Before that, we would like to invite our moderator, Professor Ari, to present a gift of appreciation to our honored keynote speaker, Professor Amitabha Datta.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are keeping the fantastic momentum going with our second keynote speakers, Professor Sang-Sok Lee.
Professor Sang-Sok Lee will be presenting his insights on proposal of high sensitivity gas sensor for breath analysis-based health monitoring.
To lead this session, we are honored to welcome our moderator for this session, Professor Cokorderai Adi Pramarta.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chokoda Pramarta. I'm from the Udayana University. Again, we would like to welcome you in Bali. Thanks God that we have a good weather today. So probably after the conference or during the conference, during the lunch, then you can go up front. There is a beach, good view of beach over there. So while you having an academic activity, you also have some leisure over here. So today we're going to have Professor Sang Siew Lee. He's a full professor from Tottori University of Japan. I would like to introduce or read his CV for a bit. He earned his PhD from the Information Science from Tohoku University of Japan. He also do a lot of research at the Advanced and R&D at the Mitsubishi Electric Corporation, and he also done the postdoctoral fellow at Delft University in Netherlands. I think one of the top university, particularly in engineering in Netherlands. So his research focus mainly on micro electromechanical system, if I'm not mistaken, because they mentioned about acronym MEMS. And he also testing his idea in the space of environment reliability verification integrated system 2 satellite. So he also a senior member of IEEE and associate editor of the IEEE Sensor Journal. So today he's going to talk about his proposal on the high sensitivity gas sensor for breath analysis based health monitoring. So we're going to have two sessions. First of all, you're going to present for about 30 or 35 minutes, and then we're going to continue with question and answer, even though that I know that you have a lot of presentation over here, so try to keep it in 30 or 35 minutes of the presentation. All right, so without further ado, let's give applause for Professor Lee, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and also, first of all, I would like to thank organizing committee, particularly Professor Latihi and Professor Saruno for giving opportunity of talk here in very nice conference, ICTS 2025 at wonderful place, Bali. Thank you very much. Today, I would like to talk about breath analysis-based health monitoring, and also I would like to suggest and I would like to emphasize on AI is very important in our area too. Actually, my talk is not related to information science, device-based story. Anyway, my talk will be helpful to you. This is the next page, please. This is the outline of my talk today. Mostly, I would like to talk about our researches regarding on micropre-concentrator to collect breath chemical components. And also, I would like to introduce some research result recently finished as a government project to diagnosis dogs disease. Okay, next page, please. And next page, please. Okay, this diagram shows the causes of death in Japan 2015. 10 years ago, statistics, but still the distribution is the same in Japan. The biggest reason of death in Japan is cancer. Unfortunately, this cancer case is not decreasing in Japan, increasing. And also Northeastern Asian countries, Korea and China has a similar distribution. Korea is exactly similar this one, and China is a different, slightly different. Heart disease is number one. Next one is cancers. Maybe Japan and Korea is much stressful countries, I think. But fortunately, in Korea, 2015, 2012 maybe, the cancer case was the peak, and after that, the case was decreased and now keeping constant. So I would like to say the early diagnosis of cancer is very important in such countries. Next page, please. But fortunately, if we find cancer early, the survival rate of cancers are increasing. So the early diagnosis of cancer is very important. This statistics shows. Next page, please. So, but many people don't take early checkup because most of them say no time to receive that kind of checkup and afraid going to hospital. And I don't have money. These kind of results, the causes many people doesn't take a checkup. Next page, please. So we need cheap, convenient, and painless, ubiquitous, simple cancer diagnosis is necessary. Next page, please. Next, please. Okay, I'm working in micro devices research area. So from the viewpoint of my research area, I would like to show some device-related cancer diagnosis tools. Many people are working, actually worked on CTC detection using patients' blood. It means we wanted to detect circulating tumor DNA in our blood. There are many devices invented and developed like this one. Next, please. And also a similar one was developed by Johns Hopkins Cancer Center. Next, please. But now, these kind of CTC cell detection devices are not commercialized, gone. I don't know why. Anyway, in Japan, another approach was developed. One of them is saliva checker. Saliva, we check the saliva, we can know several kinds of some kinds of cancers like their oral, lung, breast, and something like that. And we don't know which kind of cancer. Just we can screening. Something is wrong, okay? But it has some problem because the saliva must be taken at rest. But at rest, without any stress, this is not impossible to people, I think. And also, it takes 2 weeks to know the result. But you can take this kind of test in 6 clinics in Japan. They are offering. Next, please. Another approach is N-nose. We are using a nematode like this one. This is a very small microorganism, and it moves to urine if the urine came from cancer patient. But we don't know what kind of cancers. If this nematode moves to urine, that patient has a kind of cancer. Now, you know, in Japan, if you watch the YouTube, they are advertising this screening method. Actually, you know, nematode is a very cheap one. Just $1 is okay, but they are taking more than $100 now. Anyway, this is maybe one of good screening testing methods. Next, please. We would like to focus on breath analysis because I will tell you the features of breath analysis later. By detecting chemicals came from breath, we can diagnose many kinds of cancers at the same time. One of them is breast cancer and lung cancer and esophageal, right? Esophageal or stomach cancer. We can diagnose. Next, please. And also other kinds of cancers can be diagnosed. We can diagnose. And also in ICTS in Japan, they also developed a sensor to detect, to analyze breath chemicals like that. And next, please. And this is a little bit, I think, a very famous consortium called the MSS, mainly organized by NIMS in Tsukuba. But this work mainly concentrates on sensor development like that one, the nanoscale sensor. They are using some membrane. That membrane moves, act some special chemicals. But if you, for instance, if you want to detect 16 different chemicals, you have to make 16 different membranes. You have, like this membrane device, you need 16 different devices. Next, please. And also, German company, Siemens, also developed NO concentration sensor to detect lung cancer. They just proposed. And in US, Virginia Tech group proposed a very nice device called microconcentrator. This device is based on MEMS technology. To collect chemicals came from exhaled breath. They use the MEMS technology to make the adoption area larger. So they achieved the PPB odor detection using PPM odor sensors. But this device has a problem because they like to make adsorption area larger, but the flow pattern is not considered in this design. Next, please. Okay, I like to emphasize on breath analysis, the merit of breath analysis. Next, please. This is a usual pre-concentrator using in hospital. It is very big and the concentration level is still low. Next, please. Okay, breath analysis has many advantages. No pain, no radioactive free, low cost, diagnosed by quantity. Many cancers can be diagnosed at the same time. And also, not only cancers, but also we can detect something different things. For instance, mouth ulcer and something as stress level maybe. But this kind of big pre-concentrator, the performance is still low. PPM only, we can detect the PPM odor and the size is big, and the most important thing is we don't know biomarkers exactly. Next, please. But we make this kind of pre-concentrated to make a smaller like this one, the high performance, small size, low cost, we can achieve these kinds of good features. And anytime, anywhere, we can test, like a pregnancy tester. Next, please. Okay, this shows the biomarkers, candidates of breast cancers. You look at them. We cannot detect everything. It is difficult. I would like to say sensor research is impossible to detect everything like this one. We cannot classify. So I showed the NIMS project, the membrane-based sensors. If we detect everything, we have many kind of different membranes. I think it is not possible. Next, please. So specific gas sensor-based breath analysis does not work. Next, please. If we use if we adopt micro-pre-concentrate based cancer analysis is popularized, these kind of lesions will be gone. No time receive and expensive. Our method is very cheap and very easy and no pain. Everything will be good. It's not necessary to go to hospital. Next, please. Okay. We designed a new micro-concentrated. Next, please. Virginia Tech Group they want to enlarge the absorption area, but in our design, we consider the flow pattern contribute significantly to device performance. We designed different shapes and we tested the different arrays and we tested different shape of chambers and we investigated the height effect of microstructure. Next, please. Initial micro-pre-concentrated design, the microstructure height is 100 micrometer and the size is 590 and 340 micrometers. And next, please. And this is the chamber shapes, two different type of chamber shapes. And also, we also investigated the number of inlet and outlet. Next, please. Okay. To obtain optimal design of the microstructure and the chamber shape, we did simulation like this, particle tracking simulation. We used the fluid as nitrogen and also the initial speed was 1 meter per second. Actually, the human breath speed is approximately 1 meter per second. And pressure of outlet was set it's 0 Pascal. And we initially input particles, 500 particles, and we judged that particle is absorbed on microstructure and stopped if the speed is less than 1.5 times 10 to the minus 80 meter per second. Next, please. Okay, this is the simulation result. First of all, we checked the velocity profile like this, and if the velocity profile is if there is the velocity profile around the surface, the chemical absorbed many chemicals. Next, please. Okay. Actually, we first designed this microstructure by quantitative analysis. You can see we can know the exact number of particles observed on the microstructure like this. In our model, for instance, in this case, model C showed the best performance, and the observed particle number distribution is shown like there by quantitatively. You can see from inlet only 100 or 150 micrometers, most particles are observed. But you know, the size is smaller. It is very difficult to handle. So we need somewhat larger size. So I think at least 400, 500 micrometers is necessary. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, this is another configuration of microstructure array and distribution. And next, please. This one is also showed that the model C was the best performance. And next, please. Okay, this is for we checked the chamber shape. And next, please. This one shows the number of inlet and the outlet numbers. And next, please. Okay. Anyway, we could obtain the quantitative analysis result. Still, model C showed the best performance. Next, please. And this is a very natural result. If the higher the higher microstructure, the better performance. Next, please. Okay. Still now, our microstructure is a silicon-based one, but this from here, our original structure, we use the carbon nanotube bundles to absorb chemicals. Next, please. Okay, next, please. If we use carbon nanotube bundle instead of a silicon microstructure, absorption area, we found absorption area of a CNT bundle is about 20 times larger than that of a silicon pillar. Next, please. Okay, we tested many different types of shapes and configurations. And next, please. As a result, carbon nanotube-based micro preconcentrator shows at least 4 times to 23 times better performances compared with the silicon-based model. Next, please. And we fabricated and evaluated our micro preconcentrators. Next, please. This is the fabrication process. I would like to omit detailed, but I'd like to address on silicon substrate. In silicon surface, chemicals are not attached. To do that, we have to coat a chemical called Tenax. Otherwise, chemicals are not attached. But this is some challenging point because to coat Tenax uniformly is quite difficult. The uniformity makes device affect device reliability. Next, please. This is the fabrication result, and look at you can see Tenax are coated on the microstructure. Next, please. This is a magnified view of a silicon microstructure. And next, please. Next, please. We also fabricated a carbon nanotube-based micro pre-concentrator like this. And next, please. This is the fabrication result of the carbon nanotube-based microstructure. You can see the carbon nanotube pillars. Next, please. We also developed carbon nano, experimental setup to grow a carbon nanotube. This is a homemade one. And next, please. This is the growth condition. And next, please. Okay. Recently, we also we changed the experimental setup to use low pressure state. The old one is a kind of APCVD. A new one is a kind of LPCVD. Next one, please. This is the carbon nanotube growth result. We could obtain 100 micrometer height carbon nanotubes. Next, please. We also tested the polymer pillars like this. Next, please. And as a result, we could obtain a good result like this. Next, please. Next, please. And we evaluated silicon micro pre-concentrated with 1 ppb gas. Next, please. Okay. We used sample gas, 1 ppb order mixture gas. We could obtain 3 peaks like this. This result came from usual commercial gas chromatography. Gas chromatography only can detect ppm level. It means if we use micro pre-concentrator, at least you can achieve 1,000 times concentration. The next, please. This one is another model. We also could we could achieve the 3 peaks exactly. Next, please. The same result. Next, please. But unfortunately, another model 2, 4, 5, 6, we could not obtain the result. And performance of silicon model 1 and 3 agreed with the simulation results, and performance of carbon nanotube model showed the best result in terms of concentration rate. Model 3. Next, please. And the silicon based one, carbon nanotube based one, we could obtain 1 ppb VOC gas detection, but carbon nanotube based one was better than silicon models. But the polymer based one not usable, because if we detach the chemicals, we have to heat up the micro pre-concentrators. At that time, the polymer called NOAA or PDMS has many chemicals. So which one is what we want to detect? We cannot specify it. So polymer-based one is not usable. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, I would like to suggest a kind of business model using micro pre-concentrator. Next one, please. Okay, I think this kind of model can be applicable to Indonesia, because Indonesia population is very large, and people are spread out here and there, even in mountains and even in some faraway islands. We deliver micro pre-concentrator at home, and people can breathe on the just exhale their breath to the micro preconcentrator, and they send to some center. And if we analyze regularly the breath components, and if we accumulate the chemical components for each people, we can detect, I think, something was changed. Okay? Something is different. At the time, we can say to them, please go to hospital. That is our business model. Next one, please. Okay, next one, please. Okay, if you are interested in business with the micro concentrator, please discuss with me. Next one, please. Okay, next one, please. Actually, our micro preconcentrator based breath analysis it works. We need biomarker. We have to know biomarkers to diagnose cancer or disease correctly. But to experiment with the human is very difficult, and also collaborating with the medical doctors is not easy. They are always busy. They think they are the most busy guys in the world, and also their medical doctors community and the culture is quite different to us. I don't know, you can understand what I mean, and very difficult to talk with them. So I think AI could be a best solution in this case. Next one, please. Next one, please. Next one, please. Next one, please. So we applied a government project. We tried to test with the dogs, because the hurdle is very low if we experiment with the dogs. Next one, please. And also, the death cause of a dog is also cancer is the number one. Okay? So cancer diagnosis of a dog is also important. Next one, please. Next one, please. And now, demand for pet medicines are focused on, because, next one, please. Okay, next one, please. This is the reason. The life is increased. Dog and cat as well, like this. Okay. Next one, please. And also, pets are aging rapidly, and people are aging. Now, aged people care aged pet. So the health state of pets are sometimes very bad. So the importance is paid attention now. Next one, please. Next, please. Okay, just there are many pets in the world. Next one, please. Next one, please. So to collect dog's breath, this is a prototype to collect dog's breath. We developed this one, 3D printers with only 1 day. Next one, please. Next one, please. We did an experiment like this, and we confirmed something different detected. Next one, please. I would like to omit this one. Next one, please. We also fabricate the device with using some different special fabrication scheme. Next one, please. Next one, please. And the apparatus, we also developed the apparatus to collect the dog's breath like that. Next one, please. Next one, please. Next one, please. We did experiment in animal hospital. We could have found that those kind of chemicals. Next one, please. Actually, most of them are dog's food components. And next one, please. Next one, please. And we applied the government project with a shop and a software company called Dynacom and analytical chemist in Osaka University and Riken, and also animal doctors. This one is IMS sensor developed by sensors, but the IMS sensor is the usual one. Just a different thing is here to make ionization. They use the different method. That's it. Anyway, I would like to show the result. Next one. Next one. Next, please. Next, please. This is the result. We found many different chemicals. Next, please. For diseased dogs, compared with healthy dog, these kind of chemicals increased, and this chemical decreased, and these kind of chemicals found new. So we don't know which one is the biomarkers. Just everything came out. This is the fact. But this one is true or not, nobody knows. Next one, please. Still, the number of samples is small and no temporal monitoring. Many irrelevant chemicals are also included here maybe. And the most important thing is no causality. That means no pathological consideration here. Just we collected the chemicals and these kind of chemicals came out. That's it. Next one, please. I would like to omit this one. Next one, please. So, as a conclusion, breath analysis works for early disease diagnosis. It works. But we don't know what should be detected. So in this case, I think AI-assisted data analysis is the best solution because animal doctors and the medical doctors, nobody knows which one is the biomarkers. In the project, we also collaborated with animal doctors, but they said, oh, it's interesting, but I don't know, that's it. So in this case, AI technology is very helpful, but I don't know how to use it. I would like to, this issue left to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for sharing regarding the developing of micro pre-concentrator based for cancer, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned about that. Not only cancer for the human, but he also mentioned about cancer also for a pet. So now let's move to the next session. Basically, if the floor have any question, we're gonna open for one session with 2 questions because the committee already mentioned that we've been running late when continue the conference. Okay, we have 2 gentlemen would like to give a question.
Thank you, Professor. It was an amazing talk. So I have basically 2 small questions. How did you come up with the 4-leaf design? Why not some other shape? Why it was carbon nanotube-based design better? Was it because the cost was low compared to silicon, or?
No, in this case of carbon nanotube bundle, the chemicals can go inside the bundle. So the absorption area increased very much. That's the reason.
How did you come up with the 4-leaf design?
Yes.
And not 6 or?
Yeah, 4-leaf design is found by one of my students because if we use that kind of design, the flow can go inside the microstructure. That's the reason. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for a wonderful presentation. So I do have a few questions. So first of all, how is this absorption rate measured in your sensor? I mean, is it capacitive, resistive for the MEMS device? How is the absorption rate measured? That's the first question. And secondly, well, it's more of a generic one, is that do you have a MEMS fabrication facility at your university, at your lab, and what types of MEMS fabrication techniques are?
In our laboratory, we don't have a MEMS fabrication facility. We don't have it because, it takes much money. So we are using an outside common facility. So sometimes we have to pay. And I'm sorry, what's the first?
The first question was, how is the absorption measured in the sensor?
Okay.
Is it capacitive or resistive? How is the absorption measured?
We measured using gas chromatography or gas mass chromatography, GC mass, gas mass chromatography, right? Yeah, because that is the most powerful tool. Because we have many databases, but we don't know the exact which one. Because there are many chemicals with the same molecular weight. So that's the problem. There, just we know the similarity result, 8%, 85%, 75%. There are candidates, many candidate chemical molecules we obtain, and one of them we have to choose. That is difficult. So I think we need some collaboration with medical doctors or yeah, AI is better, I think. Medical doctors are not helpful, I think, because they don't know either.
Last thing, in the earlier slides, you mentioned nematode.
Yeah.
The nematode moves away or towards the urine
Yeah,
if you have cancer.
yeah.
Is that a biological object?
Yeah, nematode is a biological microorganism.
It's a
Yeah,
microbiological object. Just one last question, sorry about that. So, besides the cancers into the device, one could have other diseases like cold or other diseases. Does that affect the results? If you have other diseases, like if you have a cold or a flu,
Yeah.
does that affect the results of your sensor?
Yeah, that is a very good question, I think. When we collect our breath is very important. After smoking, after eating, after tooth brushing, the result can be different. That is very important. And to know that exactly, I think we have to accumulate data. To analyze that kind of accumulated data, I think AI is the best, one of the best solutions, I think.
All right, so probably one last question, if any of the floor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It is very interesting presentation, and there is a lot of chemical. My name is Riza Laudisha. I am from UTM. Currently, I am researching in quantum information system and quantum machine learning. My question is, what is your comment of the current recent technology in quantum that can be discover a new type of a sensor in molecular that you have presented? I think there is so many, your simulation, simulating a molecular in chemical, and what I currently recent research is one of the strength point of quantum machine learning and quantum computer is to simulate the chemical molecular level. Very much.
Your question is quantum simulation is necessary or not?
Yes. Is that what is your comment, and is that possible to increase the new sensor discovery by using the quantum technology?
Yeah, I think quantum simulation, quantum mechanical aspect is not necessary in this work, in this study, because this is not subatomic level, and also even in IMS sensors, just we know the simple statistical mechanical aspect. I mean the kinetic dynamics is enough. Okay.
Once again, maybe how about the AI of your research? I mean, what kind of AI that can be help for your current research?
I don't know exactly, but to define biomarkers of dog's cancer, a company, Dynacom, tried to use GPT. But you know, sometimes GPT is helpful, but still not enough, I think. So maybe we need more tool, I think. We have to do study it. Yeah, that's your field.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's give a big applause again for Professor Lee for sharing his finding and his study to this conference. So now let's continue to giving the token of appreciation. So.
Thank you so much, Professor Sang-Suk Lee, for that wonderful, powerful, thought-provoking sessions. And a big thank you to Professor Cokorda Adi Pramarta for guiding this discussion.
Professors, before you leave the stage, we would like to invite our moderator, Professor Cokorda Adi Pramarta, to please present a gesture of our appreciation to Professor Sang-Suk Lee. We will now have a 10-minute coffee break.
The coffee break we will serve in the next room, right? This on the right side. We will resume promptly at 11:20 a.m. for our next keynote session. Please be back in your seat by then and enjoy your coffee break. Is it working? It's working? Okay. That's it. Thank you. Check. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, please take a note that the coffee break concludes at 11:40 a.m. We kindly answer to you to return to the hall primary to this time. Take, take, take. Take. Take satu, take satu. Take, take, take satu. Take, take satu. Take, 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 take. Take, check. Take, take satu, check. Take, check. Take. Cek. Cek satu. Cek. Cek satu. Cek. Satu. Cek. Cek satu. Satu. Dua.
and builds domain knowledge observing similarity. And differences among the items. After laying out images and labels on the open space, the annotator gives definitive labels. The images based on the results of spatial layout. The user drag and drops one or more images to a label to assign the label to the images. We expect this process to help the annotators to select.
Those are based on diffusion models, very slow and not so real time. So what we achieved in this project is a real time, world's first real time photorealistic virtual trial. Let me show you a video. Ideally, I should show a demo here, but sorry, not real time demo now. But here's a video.
Real-time virtual try-on using generative AI.
Yeah, so here, as you see, is any pointer or something? Anyway, on the right-hand side is a real human in front of camera, and the left-hand side is a camera view. And yeah, so currently the same thing appears, but eventually left-hand side becomes a virtual try-on. So first, the same thing appearing, and then you remove this green shirt, and then, ta-da, and then you will get, this is a virtual try-on. So this is real world situation, and this is a virtual try-on. And I think the result is very, very photorealistic. It's very almost indistinguishable from reality.
Time view of the user. As you can
So this is real time, no editing, no video editing. So as you move, then the virtual garment reacts to your motion.
Indistinguishable from real one.
And then if user raise your hand, and then the wrinkles deforms appropriately. So you can raise your arm, and then you see a very realistic try-on. Yeah, if you raise a hand, then your bottom part of the garment deforms appropriately.
Third, the system supports
yeah, this way. So I think this is a very interesting result. Yeah, this is a long time project. I think it spent 2 or 3 or more years working on this, eventually making better and better. So that's a demo. And yeah, of course, the most important research contribution is training data. So many existing virtual trial methods use already available 2D images on the internet. So people use existing image, only one image for learning. But only one image is insufficient. You don't know how the garment deforms, you don't know the backside. So our approach is data set. We generated data set by ourselves by capturing all the garment wrinkles in many poses and 36 degrees rotation, so lots of data, and then we get a better result. So that's the idea. So next, I want to discuss a little bit about development support, so coding, building of machine learning novel. And one example is this hyperparameter optimization. So yeah, this is a little bit complicated, but so suppose you have a machine learning system, and in order to use machine learning system, you actually have to adjust the hyperparameters of this machine learning model. So the topic here is hyperparameter tuning. So here, the goal is to optimize the hyperparameter of machine learning model. So that's the idea. And then now a very advanced optimizer is emerging. So this automatic optimizer runs many learning sessions and then adjusts hyperparameters automatically. So this is automatic optimization process. However, automatic optimization is not really sufficient. So this is automatic optimization, but you still have to control the optimization process, which is not very well supported. So, human experts have some domain knowledge about the model. So, but current interaction is not sufficient for the user to interact with the optimization process. So what we developed is something like this. So as you see, do you see my mouse cursor? Not really. Yeah, so this is a machine learning model, and the machine learning model is optimized by an automatic optimizer. But then there's a human engineer monitor the optimization process and then provide feedback to the optimization process to leverage his or her own human knowledge. So let me show you a video, maybe easier. Before video, let me explain. So this is very similar to traditional existing dashboard or visualization of optimization process. So this one shows the optimization result. So in this case, I think higher the better. So system tries many variations and then detects the better one, and then many variations and better one. So eventually it gets better and better. And then this is parameter X search space, and this is parameter Y search space. And what's new here is that the user can paint this parameter area to specify which parameter space to explore. So in this example, a user asks the system to first explore small value X, and then medium value X, and then larger value X. And then here, user specifies small value Y, middle value Y, and large value Y. So here, user already know that when X is small, Y should be small. X is large, Y should be large. So this kind of domain knowledge is very easy to express in this dashboard. So let me show a demo.
Interactive hyperparameter optimization.
So let me skip the introduction.
This is a screenshot of our system. Core panel shows the score face.
Yeah, so this is an example session. So this is a process. So yeah, so this is a result. And then this is the X and Y parameters. And then here user specify, okay, then please look at smaller X values first, and then middle range Y X values, and so on. And then as you go, system only search test X values within the specified region. So yeah, that's the idea. We just implemented interactive dashboard. So that's the idea. And here's the result. So left-hand side is completely fully automatic search. And then right-hand side, they use interactive, more narrow targeted search. And the result is, as you see here, much better when people use our technique in this particular examples. Okay, the last part is model exploration. So after the machine learning is done, so there's a machine learning model, and then user may want to interact with this black box machine. So what we can do. So yeah, let me first describe this project. This is not directly related to machine learning, but it's an interesting project. So the problem in this project is a parameter adjustment in graphics applications. On the left-hand side, this example is Photoshop image editing. So image color adjustment. You have many parameters like white balance or many parameters, and then you have to adjust them appropriately. On the right-hand side, in computer graphics, many parameter adjustment task appears. In this example, material parameter, right? Specularity or diffuse or color or roughness, many parameters. So this kind of parameter adjustment, high dimensional parameter adjustment is very tedious, so which requires expertise. So we want to simplify it. So our idea is to divide complicated high dimensional parameter search into small, simple tasks, and then distribute it to many people, and then many people do it very quickly over a crowdsourcing platform, and they get feedback. Or we can use this technique by yourself. You know, maybe you are the only user, but you can repeat many simple operations, and then eventually get to the goal. So we make two research contributions. We design new tasks and a new algorithm to achieve this goal. So typical approach to split complicated optimization tasks into small tasks is this kind of pairwise comparison. So we show two results to the user, and the user just choose which one is better. So this is popular. This is already done. However, a problem with this approach is what user learn from you is very limited. This is a binary signal. It's very weak signal from human to the machine. So what we propose here is to ask user to manipulate slider, one-dimensional slider. So instead of binary choice, user specifies best place in this one-dimensional subspace. So with this, the system can get much useful information from the user. From the user point of view, little bit more overhead, but almost not too much overhead, and then you can quickly get a better result. And for algorithm, we use Bayesian optimization technique. Bayesian optimization is getting very popular recently. So basic idea is to, system sends query to the oracle or human, and then human answers. And then this algorithm picks the best question to ask to the user. So this is kind of explanation. So suppose this dotted lines unknown ground truth, and then these black 3 dots as already known sample from a user. So user answers this value is here, this value is here, this value here. And then this red one is a predicted score, continuous score for all the parameter values. And then this red area is uncertainty, away from the given sample, lots of uncertainty. And then system choose which one to ask to the user. So lots of, better to have a high score and also high certainty, high uncertainty. And then the system presents this question to the user, and the user answers. So this iterates. So we evaluated this application. So the proposed method is SSM, and then pairwise comparison is in the middle, and then we also four-way comparison. And then here's the result. Please look at on the right-hand side. So as you see, our proposed methods, this is the vertical axis is iteration. So our blue method rapidly reduce errors and then converges to a much lower error rate than pairwise comparison or four-way comparison. So this is a very significantly efficient method. Okay, so that's the previous one. Then next one is we apply the same idea, single slider interaction for generative image modeling methods. So that's what we did. And so, yeah, let me show you a video first. Not working. Sorry, then let's yeah, so yeah, generative AI image editing is already there. Today, most typical approach is text prompting, right? Text prompting. But text prompting is very good for getting some sample first, but not very good at making a very small adjustment. I want to make this eye a little bit larger or a little bit smaller, this face a little bit more mannish or more feminine. A little bit slight change is difficult. So in this case, slider is much more efficient. So, so we do that. And then interesting aspect is the algorithm. So the question is, what's the best way to explain? Yeah, this is the interface. Sorry, the video doesn't work, but please think. So the left-hand side is a face editing example. So the system shows a face, and the user controls the slider, and then face gradually changes. And then if you're satisfied, press next. And then different slider appears, and the user controls the slider, and the face changes. So if you repeat, then you gradually approaches to your target image. On the center is audio editing, sound editing example, same idea. If you move the slider, system provides sound feedback, and if you like it, just press next, and then do the same thing. And then on the right-hand side is a 3D modeling. 3D generative model is the same interactions. Just single slider control, next, single slider control, next, and then you eventually get the result. And from algorithm point of view, most important question is, this is a search problem in high-dimensional latent space. And then exploration, the algorithm task is to choose the right direction to explore. So right direction is a direction with the largest change. So if you choose a good direction, image changes a lot, as you see in the top row. However, if you choose a bad direction in high-dimensional latent space, no change appears. So system analyzes the latent space and then identifies the direction with the largest changes and then presents the direction to the user. So this way, user can explicitly explore the black box latent space of image generation model. So that's the idea. So again, this is evaluation result. So we actually did a user study, and then horizontal axis is the time, and our method gets higher and higher score quickly compared with other random methods or Bayesian optimization methods. Okay, so I think this is the last project. So I want to introduce one more interesting project. Okay, so can eyes on a car reduce traffic accidents? So the problem we want to address here is a communication between pedestrian and self-driving car. So if you are interacting with a human-driven car, you can talk to the driver by eye contact. If the human driver is looking at you, then I think I can feel safe, and then you can cross the road. However, if it's automatic self-driving car, we have no idea what the car is thinking. Is this car really recognizing me, or is this car looking around, looking away? So that's a problem we wanted to address. So this is a proposed solution. So the idea is simple. We just give our eyes to the self-driving car, and the car should indicate where the car is recognizing. So if the car recognizes a human, then I should look at the human. So in this case, you are about to cross the street, but if you notice that the car is looking away, then which means this car is not noticing you, which means it's dangerous. So yeah, that's the idea. So that's a very simple idea. So the goal is to reduce traffic accidents.
In the age of self-driving
Can I
cars,
play audio or no? We tested already, but no. Okay. There's audio,
safety
but
is as
then-
important as ever. Unfortunately, self-driving technology can never be perfect, and it
Okay, I can speak around.
may
Yeah, so
fail
this
to
is a
recognize
baseline
pedestrians.
method. There's no eyes, so you have no idea where the car is looking at. And then, yeah, this is okay. This visualize what's happening. The car recognizes this person on the right, but sensor doesn't work, and then fail to detect the person on the left. And then, yeah, this is dangerous case. You know, the system is not recognizing this person. So, and then, but if
Which
this
isn't
guy doesn't know it,
communicated
so
to
it's
the
dangerous.
pedestrians.
So there can be an accident here. So that's a problem.
Cause a serious accident.
And then this is our method. We give
We
eyes to
introduce Changing
indicate
Car,
what car
robotic
is
eyes on cars
recognizing.
development for pedestrian safety. The eyes are controlled in a dual motor fashion for improved realistic movement. The eyes communicate the internal state of the car to the pedestrians.
So this person tries to cross the street, and then the car is coming, and then car again. It recognizes the right-hand side person only and fails to recognize left person, and then it's visualized by the eyes. The eyes
Recognizes
look at the
entities
right,
of interest. The
and
eyes
then
track
the person notices that the car is looking away, which means very dangerous, then stops. So that's the idea.
and convey the attention to the pedestrian. If the car is not paying attention to a pedestrian, they can immediately notice it and avoid an accident.
So yeah,
We ran
that's
a
the
VR
idea.
study
And
with
then
9
again,
participants. The eyes
results.
reduced the
We did a virtual reality user study using this system, and the result was very interesting. So very interesting. So the most interesting result is there's a huge difference between male participants and female participants. So please look at here, the case. So this is the case where the car is coming, but doesn't notice this person. And then what happens? And then green is no eyes, and then blue is eyes. So green means the car doesn't have not have eyes, and then male participants make a dangerous cross, and then almost half will be hit by this car. However, if the eye is looking away, then male participants notice that it's dangerous. So the accident is actually reduced a lot, like 30% or something. So in the case of male participants, eyes contribute to safety, reduce possible accidents. But however, if you look at here in the female case, the result is very different. So if you look at this green means that female participant doesn't make dangerous crossing anyways. So even if you add a car, there's no difference. However, if you look at here, this is a safe case. You can cross the street, but then female participants, lots of, this green means wasteful waiting, so meaningless waiting. So even if it's safe, female participant stops and doesn't cross, thinking it can be dangerous. However, if this is green, this blue means if it's safe, the car is looking at you, and then you notice that it's safe, and then make a cross. So, yeah. So in this case, female case, it doesn't contribute to reduce traffic accident, but contributes to the more efficient traffic flow. So yeah, this was a very interesting result. Okay, so yeah, so it was a very limited time, so I just introduced sample of our project. So HCI for machine learning. So first part is data preparation, and we introduced data annotation interaction using a spatial layout. And then we discussed development of machine learning system, and I introduced one example of hyperparameter tuning interaction. And then finally, I introduced a couple of results with interaction with machine learning models. And so it's an image editing model control with single slider, and also we introduce eyes on a car for better communication with pedestrians. So yeah, so this is just samples. We do a lot of more other things. If you are interested, please visit our homepage and also videos and papers. So our goal is to provide knowledge and a tool for better interaction between human and AI. So yeah, that concludes my talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Igarashi Sensei, for all inspiring talks and the wonderful talk. So now it's time for the floor to ask any questions. So we have 3 gentlemen already raising 4. So maybe we can start with the gentleman at the back side. Please mention your name and your affiliation.
Right. So thank you for this opportunity. So my name is Andika Ramadeja. I'm from Institute Technology 10 November. And yeah, I'm very interesting about Igarashi Sensei research about virtual try-on. They are real-time virtual try-on, and I just read Sensei paper, just publish real-time per garment virtual try-on, right? And yeah, I have 2 questions about this virtual try-on and implementation of gun model. The first one is, as we know, Python model is very heavy, especially for the real-time Python. And for the first one is, I want to know about how Sensei speed up the image generation latency. Is Sensei just using a parallelization, or maybe use a lightweight model, or maybe something else? And the second one is, this paper is inspired by pix-to-pix image model, and I want to know about the interest of Sensei about the diffusion model in this virtual try-on, because I just read about the paper Cat Python. They are implement about this diffusion model. They are just published 1 year ago by Shenzhen University. And yeah, they are all of my question. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so as I said, diffusion model is better to generate better image, but it takes time. It's iterative diffusion, so you have to wait a little bit or delay a few seconds. But here, multiple, like 50 frames per second something, is that real-time interaction is achieved by using GAN, pix-to-pix kind of thing. And we do not anything special. We just basically use pix-to-pix kind of model. But individual component is chosen carefully to be very fast, but not very secret there. Our main contribution is collect data set for this particular garment, which is very different from other people doing. Thank you. But diffusion model is also getting faster and faster, so maybe this may be outdated soon, but that's the word. Yeah.
It's okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now, please help to pass the microphone to Prof. Data. To Professor Data.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was an excellent talk. I enjoyed. The garment try-on, it's kind of the wrinkles are kind of regression type computation, I mean machine learning, and even if there are some errors, it doesn't matter much, right?
So this is basically image-to-image translation. It's very simple. So given a human model, so in the training, the system learns from human pose to image, lots of data. Then in the real time, you get a human pose, and then let's show this image with this winkle. So yeah, very simple.
Yeah. And second one, the hyperparameter search. Is it applicable to autoencoder or variational autoencoder type of models as well?
Yeah, so yeah, any model with parameter adjustment, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So machine learning takes time. You have to monitor machine learning process basically long time. You have to monitor the progress. And then the idea is to, instead of just, traditional machine learning process just start a batch learning and then wait 1 day or 2 days and see the result, and then good or not. But we want to allow the user to interact with the system during the waiting time.
Yeah. And just the comment about the car with the eyes. I understand why female participants don't trust it, because I don't trust in Australia when people signal that they're turning. Many times they go straight.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, car experiment was done in Tokyo, so everybody is in Japanese, but other countries, many may have different thing, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And we can move to gentleman at the back side of Professor Datta.
Thank you, Professor Agashi. A wonderful talk. So I've got two questions. The first one is data labeling is an issue, especially if you have a large database. Are there any automatic labeling techniques? I mean, can we use AI or maybe VLMs for labeling data? You could comment on that. And secondly, regarding the car, the platform, what embedded processors did you use for the data processing in that?
So your first question is labeling for LLM. Yeah, of course. So recent large models may know everything already. So in that case, yeah, you can use it. However, always there's some specific area, nobody knows the data. Then you get the new data, and then you need this kind of labeling. So yeah, so if the data is already in the world or internet, LLM or vision language model already know it. But if it's new data, custom data, for example, your own product or your new body, then medical imaging, then this kind of technique may be still useful, I think. Sorry, I don't understand the second question. Can you simplify?
The second question was the embedded platform used for processing the data in the car with the eyes. So you've got the car with the eyes. So you have, it's multimodal or multi-sensor data. You may have cameras, maybe LiDARs, maybe other information.
Oh, yeah. So car project is, the target is we want to know human behavior. So the system is basically mock-up, wizard of Oz. So we control manually the car. So there's no working implementation.
The embedded platform, the processor that is being used, I mean, are you using Jetson or in Nano, or what embedded platform the computer is being used inside? That's the question.
So so the car research doesn't use any machine learning or no AI. It's manual. Yeah, but now we are trying to automate it using LLM, OpenAI or something. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting. We are still working on, but LLM knows how to move eyes, so it's interesting. We are testing.
Okay, anybody else would like to ask questions? Adin? And maybe we go first with Pak Adin first. Yes, and then from UTM.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Professor Igarashi, for your presentation. My name is Adin Aditya, and I am from ICTS Technology 10 November, and I am currently doing my research in the use of immersive technology such as virtual reality and gamification to preserve cultural heritage. I have two questions for you. The first one is, in the context of immersive cultural heritage application, how can human-computer interaction principle and machine learning technique to be combined to create adaptive user experience. For example, like adjusting the narrative or gamified elements based on user behaviors, emotion, or cultural backgrounds, while still maintaining authenticity and engagement. And the second one, how do you envision the convergence of human-computer interaction and machine learning shaping the future of cultural heritage preservation, especially through immersive technology and user adaptive system? Thank you.
It's difficult to understand. Can you
Yeah,
explain? What's
so
the question?
basically he said that he is doing some research in cultural heritage, so through VR, okay, and then he is wondering if this field, the human-computer interaction combining the machine learning, can work with that domain. Or maybe do you have any specific recommendations?
So your question is HCI aspect in cultural heritage in Excel. I don't have any specific answer right now. So HCI start with the difficulty you have and then try to provide a solution. So if you can explain the difficulty you have in cultural heritage Excel interaction, then we can discuss. But currently I have no, it's nothing now.
Supposed to answer your question.
The second question?
The second question is close, I think it's still related to the first one. So specific to how to envision the convergence about the HCI combining that machine learning in that field. So I think you already answered the question.
Yeah, so machine learning AI is interesting relationship, right? Historically, AI gets very popular, and then people think AI can do everything. They eventually understand it's not possible, and then people do more human-computer interaction. And then after that, now new AI is emerging, and then I think everyone is talking about AI now. And now HCI is not so hot now, I think. But then people eventually understand the limitation of LLM or current techniques, and then maybe HCI becomes important. So I think as you recognize more problem or limitation with AI, and then people turns into HCI. That's my observation. I'm not sure this is the answer to your question, but
Is it okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
But anyway, so whenever new tool appears, new AI appears, new problem emerges, and then we try to address specific problem to that aspect. We need to study how people react to this new technology. Any time?
Yeah. Another question, I think, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Riza. I'm from UTM. Thank you very much, Sensei, for your presentation. It is very admirable works. I have two questions. Currently, I am researching in quantum computing and quantum machine learning. My first question is about the SGI for the quantum computing and quantum machine learning. I heard that University of Tokyo is the frontier of the quantum computing initiative. And my question is, how about the SGI of that kind of field? What do you think about the SGI for the quantum machine learning and quantum computing itself? And the second question is about the virtual try-on. Is the virtual try-on working on device or on the server side? And if that on device, what kind of system that you support, iOS, Android, or both of it? Thank you very much. That's all for me.
So first question is HCI for quantum computing,
Yes.
you ask? So
Yes.
I don't know anything about it, but one thing I can suggest is quantum computing is very difficult to understand for naive people or students or outside people. So I think it's an interesting challenge. One challenge is to help people to understand or digest the concept behind quantum computing. I think it's an important challenge, I think. And then second question, can you
So the virtual try-on,
Yes,
he
the virtual try-on.
asked about whether the platform, the application runs on iOS or Android, the ones that you talked about.
Oh yeah, so Yeah, it's a machine image generation model, so it still requires reasonable GPU to run it. However, the client can be an iPhone, so I still have a, I don't have it right now, but there's a prototype system working on iPhone as an interface client. So you can use iPhone to capture you and then sends data to server, and the server sends back the image, so you can try remotely.
So it's basically a server-side processing for the image generation and video generation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sensei.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we still have time? Maybe more questions. Oh, back to Professor Dada.
I think you mentioned that diffusion models are catching up, but diffusion models will be much more compute intensive compared to your model, your approach. So in that sense, your approach is much better, I think. So what I'm saying is, you mentioned for the virtual try-on that the diffusion models are catching up in speed. But what I'm saying is, diffusion models are much more compute intensive compared to your model, your approach. So it is better in that sense.
Yeah, so our model is, again, not diffusion model, simple GAN, so less computation power than diffusion.
All right, okay. So perhaps before we close the session, maybe I have one personal question, Sensei. So what research directions or open challenges that maybe you would like to highlight to advise young researchers in HCI ML?
So
any open challenges or
HCI in general? You know, so today, if I go to HCI international top conferences, of course, LLM is dominating now. People just trying new experiments with LLM. All of the paper basically testing, trying, playing with LLM. So that's everybody's doing, and it's new, so it's worth doing. But in a sense, it's boring. Everybody is doing something, the same thing. So if I say something to students, yeah, I understand people want to play around LLM. It's new and interesting too, but you should do something else. I think that's my suggestion.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. And I think this is the end of the session. I will see, maybe, yeah, we can go back to MC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Takeo Igarashi, for their exceptional presentation. And our sisters thank to Dr. Hazik for moderating.
We kindly ask you both to remain on stage as we invite Dr. Hazik to present our gesture of appreciation to Professor Takeo Igarashi.
Professor Nani Suciati will be presenting her research on transliteration of ancient Javanese manuscript using YOLO-based character detection and by LSTM sequential processing.
To guide our final keynote discussion, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Ngurah Agus Sanjaya, IR.
Ladies and gentlemen, So before our final keynote, please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Agus Sanjaya. So I'm from Udayana University. So actually, I was also one of the students of Prof. Nanik at ICTS. Okay. Our last keynote speaker is Professor Nanik Suciati. He is a professor in the Department of Informatics at the Institute Teknologi 10 November, Indonesia, and currently is head of the Laboratory of Intelligent Computing and Vision. Prof. Nani received her Doctor of Engineering from Hiroshima University, Japan, and her research focuses on computer vision, computer graphics, intelligent image processing, and deep learning. Her impactful work, which is applied to cultural heritage recognition and biomedical image analysis, has earned her an H index of 21 and over 2,800 citations, reflecting her strong influence in the research community. So please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Nanik Suciati to deliver her keynote address titled Transliteration of Ancient Javanese Manuscript Using YOLO-based Character Detection and BLSTM Sequential Processing. Professor Suciati, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agus, for the nice introduction. Good afternoon. I am Nanik Suciati. I'm from the Department of Informatics, Institut Teknologi 10 November. In this session, I would like to present a research of one of student in our laboratory, the Laboratory of Intelligent Computing and Vision, supervised by me and my college, with title Transliteration of Ancient Javanese Manuscripts Using YOLO-based Character Detection and BLSTM Sequential Processing. According to the National Library of Indonesia, there are more than 120,000 Indonesian ancient manuscripts scattered around the world, with more than 82,000 located in various regions across Indonesia. The ancient manuscripts have different characteristics in terms of the media, such as lontar or palm leaves, daluang, bamboo paper, bark paper, and in terms of writing type, such as a handwritten manuscript or typed manuscripts, and language, such as Javanese, Balinese, Sasak, Indonesian, etc. So most of the manuscripts have undergone physical damage due to aging, environmental factors, and improper storage conditions, resulting in faded writing and pages that are torn, detached, or missing. To prevent the extinction of the ancient manuscripts, several preservation efforts have been performed, including digitization, which convert the physical manuscripts into digital formats, and transliteration, which is convert the characters in the manuscripts into the Indonesian alphabet, and translation, which transform text in the manuscript into Indonesian while maintaining the original meaning. Besides the National Library of Indonesia, the foundation of Sastra Lestari also involved in preservation the Indonesian literary since 1997. We can access the works at sastra.org. And according to the sastra.org, currently, only 2,633 of the digital manuscripts have been transliterated, manual transliterated. And the manual process of transliteration and translation, which is performed by experts, require a significant amount of time. So a tool to assist the process of transliterating and translating ancient digital manuscripts into Indonesian is needed. So this research aims to develop an application to assist in the transliteration of ancient Javanese manuscripts using deep learning approach. We built two models. The first is a model for detecting Javanese characters in manuscript images using YOLO V5. And the second, a model for transliterating Javanese characters into Latin scripts using ByLSTM. As the case study, we use a manuscript with the title Serat Sewaka that is available at kastara.perpusnat.go.id. So this is the research methodology. The input will be a collection of manuscript images, and the output is transliteration result. And we split the collection of manuscript images into training and testing. We use the training images to build character detection dataset and to build a transliteration dataset. There are 5 main processes generating dataset for Javanese character detection, developing a Javanese character detection model using YOLO V5. The third process is generating dataset for Javanese text transliteration. The fourth, region-based class scanning. And the last process is developing a Javanese transliteration model using ByLSTM. In the output of generating dataset for Javanese detection will be a dataset. And we use 60 manuscript images of Serat Sewaka. There are 4 steps in this process, from cropping the detection area, object class and bounding box annotation, splitting patches, and augmentation. And in the step of cropping the detection area, we crop the manuscript images, the detection area of manuscript images, and we crop all of the detection area in all 60 manuscript images. In this step, object class and bounding box annotation, we annotate all characters in image. So in this step, we annotate the class name and also the location of the character in image. In the splitting patches, we split an image into several patches. To split image, we have to consider the main line, because Japanese language have a unique writing style. The character not only write on the main line, but also at above and bottom. So we want a patch that contains sentence with uncut characters. The augmentation step use a simple grayscaling and odds-to thresholding to add image variations in the dataset. So this is the dataset that comprise 60 images, 26,000 annotated characters, 74 classes, and in average of 433 annotation per image. And these are 74 characters in the dataset. So here we can see that the dataset is unbalanced. There are some characters have amounts more than 1,000, for example, na and ka, but some characters have amount below 10. For example, suara a, murdaka, etc. And there are some challenges in building a Japanese character detection model. First is the dataset is unbalanced. And there are high variation of handwritten characters in terms of shape and size. And some characters are blurry. And the characters are written not only on the main line, but also above and below the line. And there is no spaces to separate the words. And the object is dense. There are more than 400 characters per image. So we built a detection model using transfer learning and fine-tuning on the ULO-V5 pre-trained model. We split the dataset into 70% training, 20% validation, and 10% testing. We experiment with 10 data scenarios with different patch separation and augmentation. In scenario 1, we use the original dataset, consists of 60 images without patch separation and augmentation. In scenario 2, we use 180 images with 3 patches separation and no augmentation. And in scenario 10, we use 900 images with 5 patches separation and augmentation using grayscaling and thresholding. And the best model is obtained using scenario 10 with the precision of 0.903. And this is example of detection result. All detected characters is identified with the bounding box, also with class name and confidence score. Generally, our model can detect characters well, but still have difficulty to detect some characters indicate with the low average precision in this table. Some characters have similar morphology, similar shape. For example, da and wa. This is the shape is similar, and some characters have same morphology but written in different position. For example, pasangan ra and ra, the shape is same, but pasangan ra is written below main line, and ra is written on the main line. Okay. So we have looked the detail of the process generating data set and also developing a Javanese character detection model. We will look more detail in the next 3 processes. So the input of region-based class scanning is all detected characters in image, and the output is a sequence of classes. There are 4 steps in region-based class scanning: midline detection, syllable root ordering, syllable grouping, and pasangan splitting. In the step of midline detection, the midline is determined by the location of character written on the baseline. So, Javanese characters can be grouped based on the writing location. So some characters are written on base, some other at ascending base, or sorry, I cannot. Base descending, ascending base descending, ascending, and also descending. For example, the Wyanjana character, all of the Wyanjana character written at base, but some character, some pasangan characters written at base, the other at decision, and the other at base descending. In syllable root ordering, we sort all characters belong to the syllable root or main component of the syllable from left to right. In syllable grouping, we search all characters around the detected characters that belong to the main syllable, main component of syllable. And all of the characters used to construct the new syllable. And the pasangan splitting will break up the pasangan to construct new syllable. So this is the example of output after processing one line of image in region-based class scanning. In this process, we generate a dataset for Javanese text transliteration. So we get 881 pairs of class sequences and their annotation. And these two are example of the class sequences and the ground truth. This ground truth is provided by expert. The expert is 2 students majoring at Javanese language education. In order to increase the amounts of the data in the dataset of Javanese text transliteration, we do augmentation by randomization, the sequence of classes. So after augmentation, we get more than 25,000 pairs of class sequences and their annotation. First, we do tokenize and the risk embedding, encoder, decoder, and dense layers. We do experiment on various recurrent neural network families with different value of optimizer, learning rate, and batch size. The best model is obtained batch size of 64, Adam optimizer, learning rate of 0.001, word error rate 23.3%. So this is the example of the transliteration result compared to the ground truth. So we see here that the by LSTM model, which base size 64, produced the best translation. During testing, we provide an ancient manuscript as the input in the image. The region-based class scanning will use all the detected characters. We transliterate the sequence classes into Latin script. So this is the conclusion and future work. So in this research, we generate a data set for handwritten Javanese character detection from the Javanese manuscript images of Serat Sewaka, but more images should be added to enrich the dataset. The best precision of the Javanese character detection model was 0.903. The performance should be improved, for example, by using newer object detection architecture, more comprehensive tuning strategy, more robust augmentation method to handle extreme dataset imbalance, such as maybe using generative adversarial network. And also, we can explore a fine-tuning of pre-trained transformer-based object character recognition model, such as transformer OCR. And in this research, we built a transliteration model using a simple sequence-to-sequence by LSTM, which produced the best performance with character error rate 16.7%. We note that the performance of this model should be improved, for example, by increasing the amount of data in the dataset, either through manual annotation or by employing appropriate augmentation strategies. The use of transformer-based translation method should also be explored. And this research has developed a transliteration application to enable more people to read ancient Javanese manuscripts. Future work requires the development of translation application to help people more understand the information written in ancient Javanese manuscript. And also maybe as future work, we can use the tools, the result of the Professor Igarashi, maybe, to add more data in our data set, and also to optimize searching the value of the hyperparameters. So this is all of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Professor Suciati, for your inspiring and insightful presentation. So I would like now to invite the audience to ask a few questions. Maybe we will have 2 questions.
Thank you, Professor Nanak, for the wonderful presentation. So I've just got 2 short questions. First is, so you mentioned different ancient languages. So is your model also able to identify which language the characters are in and then translate it? So that's the first question. And secondly, if you are dealing with ancient manuscripts, so, and you said that pages are torn out, the quality would be really bad. Is there any pre-processing involved before you go towards the translation? Pre-processing and auto-detection of languages, 2 points.
Oh, okay. So if I'm not mistaken, your question is about the pre-processing. So the pre-processing we use in this research, maybe cutting the detection area, maybe one of the pre-processing we use. And you also asked about whether we can recognize the syllable.
The language, the type of language, automatically, or do you feed it, okay, this is this language?
No, in this model, currently, we only build specifically for the Javanese language. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think because of the Sanskrit also has the same characteristics of Japanese. And as well as in Balinese, we also have the scripts, and it's similar to the characteristic of Japanese. That's why the question is like.
Oh yeah, by the way, I also have a student in Udayana working on the Balinese characters, already graduate. And now is your college. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Prof. The interesting topics today. I know there is a much challenge here, especially when we recognize the script itself. Due to the age or the environmental issue, there must be some script which is broken or difficult to read. So I wonder to know what kind of the model algorithm you use in this research to reconstruct the broken script prior to sending to the, you have to model, right? Prior to sending to the model of detecting character itself. So that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, in this research, we do not use a specific process to handle or to improve the quality of the image. For example, for broken characters and also blurry characters. Because in this research, we divide this research into 3 topics. This is the topic for generating the transliteration model. Other student concerned to the pre-processing, a different team. But maybe at last, at the final, we can combine all of the research into for more performance,
okay.
For better performance.
Thank you.
Already finished, I think So ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in expressing our sincere appreciation to Professor Nani Suciati. So that concludes our keynote session. Thank you for your kind attention. But I think before that, I will hand over to the Master of Ceremony.
Full session, and Mr. Ngurah Agus Sanjaya for expertly moderating the session.
We invite Dr. Ngurah Agus Sanjaya ER to please present a symbol of appreciation to Professor Nani Suciati. Indonesia, Your Smart Logistic, Peruri, and WTN. That officially concludes all of our keynote presentations. What an incredible morning of knowledge.
It truly was. I'm sure all our brains are working hard. And now it is time to reveal our bodies.
Before that, we want to capture this incredible moment with everyone in this hall. We would like to invite all participants, our esteemed speakers, for a grand group photo.
For all our participants, our esteemed guests, we invite you to come forward for group photos.
now time for our lunch break. Lunch will be served from now until 2:15 p.m.
Please take note of the schedule for this afternoon. The conference will move into the parallel session for day one. These sessions will begin right after lunch at 2:15 p.m. and will run until 4 p.m. And then we'll continue with cafe break.
This is where all of our talented participants will present their own cutting-edge research. The sessions are divided by topic and will be held in designated rooms.
For room 1, it is behind you on the left. For room 2, it is behind you on the right. For the room 3, it is on the right side, and for room 4, it is right next to me. Please check your conference guide for the room location and topics.
It has been our absolute pleasure and a true honor to guide you through this opening and these inspiring sessions. We apologize for any shortcomings on our part.
And with that, our duty as your master of ceremony for this morning has come to end. My name is Gungdi.
And my name is Rachel. We wish you all a wonderful lunch and a fantastic afternoon of learning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom, Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Until we meet again,
and thank you and good afternoon.